Hello everyone, I hope everyone's doing okay today. I'm just getting everything started. I was wrapping up all of the pre-generated scripts and stuff just before the stream. Literally just finished like about 10 minutes ago. So I was just out grabbing a drink while getting all my stream stuff started. So I appreciate everyone waiting on me there. My plan is to have this music on to the whole stream, so I want to see how loud it is. You might get some feedback for a minute. Okay. Alright, testing now with the music on. Hmm. Alright, now can we hear? 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 Well, that was getting trippy, so let's turn that off. Okay, perfect. So if this remains too loud, just let me know and we can modify it at any point. So yeah, welcome everyone to another awesome game development stream. Today we are going to be making a clone of the old idle game Cookie Clicker, I guess. Is it an idle game? I think it's technically considered an idle game. Well, whatever. Basically, we're going to be remaking it. But before we do, you may have noticed that my screen looks different, and you can ignore the top left where nothing is populated because I haven't finished setting that up yet. But new stream, new look, new everything, including new model. I'm pretty freaking excited. In previous streams, including my other 3 game development streams, you probably heard me talking about getting a VTuber model. So excited to say it's done and it's ready and I have it and I'm debuting it on this stream and I'm so excited. So I'm gonna go ahead and just check the model, make sure everything is fine, everything's working. Looks like. Okay, so everyone, allow me to introduce. Hello. This is my model. He's pretty cool. You can just refer to him as Skullbone Slayer. This is basically my VTuber avatar going forward. I'm a lesser demon. And yeah, it's pretty nice to meet everyone. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to my model. Got a couple cool faces to choose from. Also have another one on the go, which my artist hasn't gotten back to me quite yet, but hopefully soon. Okay. Now, everyone, I would like you to let me know whether or not the music gets too loud through the stream or if I'm too quiet, anything like that, because I also switched over from using Streamlabs to OBS. So let me know if there's any fixes I need to make, stuff like that. But a little bit more about today. So we are going to be making the Cookie Clicker clone to kind of go with my model and the themes that I've been doing in the past 3 game development streams I've done. Basically, the game we're making today, it's Cookie Clicker, but we're going to use a magic circle to like make it real, and we're going to capture souls. It'll be fine. Everyone is fine. Don't worry about it. For legal reasons, no one was hurt. Okay. Let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to pull up my Unity. Perfect. Alright, well, there we go. Perfect. So let's go ahead and get the music turned down just a tiny bit so that we can hear everything better. There we go. Perfect. So, yes, today we are making Cookie Clicker. And if you guys haven't checked out my other two, I've done two of these. This is my third. So if you guys haven't checked out my other two game development streams, I highly recommend it. Today we're going to be touching on techniques that are maybe a little bit more advanced or complicated than some of the stuff that we have worked with in the past. So if you are interested and you're very new, I'd probably recommend checking out some of those first so you get a better idea on the basics. Probably the Flappy Demon game that I did last, that one was done in October. I'd probably recommend going to watch that one. The snake one worked. Yeah, it worked, but like it wasn't clean, or nearly as clean, I should say. Okay, anyway, today we are going to make Cookie Clicker. Let's get into it. So, let me pull up all of my notes so I can make sure that this all goes smoothly. Perfect. So, this is our camera. We see nothing. We have nothing. I have a few assets already in here, so we're going to use the same soul icon that we used in the game, on the snake game. Just because I didn't have any others on hand, so we're kind of going to stick with it. We got a few icons here. These icons stripped directly from Google. Yep. These are just going to be icons anyway for some of our upgrades that we make a little bit later on. The only other asset I plan on there's also this one. It's kind of like an angel, kind of, sort of. Anyway, this is gonna act as a little floating dude on our screen. The other one is I have an asset pack of magic circles by Hovel Studio. I'm going to be using one of these circles as our background. Specifically, I'm going to be using prefab number 9. So if we go into prefabs, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is the one we're actually going to be using. We can probably just drag this into our assets, actually. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. So let's drag this into our world view. So you can see it's working, but of course this was designed for a 3D space. This is a 3D asset. Luckily, we don't really have to worry too much about that. We can just take it and focus it more in our direction. Oh, we want, which one is it? There we go. There, we can take that and just leave it on pause like that for a bit because we're going to be animating it differently anyway. So let's make a new folder, or an empty, I guess. And I'm going to call this game objects. And I'm going to use this little empty as a folder. And I'm going to use it to store basically all of our, all of our real world objects. Because there aren't going to be too many of them. Okay, next let's create a UI on this object, and I'm going to create a button using the Text Mesh Pro. So we are going to import Text Mesh Pro real quick. There we go, perfect. We're not going to need the extras and samples. So, oof, okay. Okay. Let's just make sure it doesn't go away. Perfect. All right, we can, there, it doesn't need to be maximized. I'm going to just set this kind of down here for now so that we can see as we're working on the game. We'll turn this on for a second as well, just so we get that going. There. So in our scene, let's go down to match circle. Clearly this needs to be made bigger. So we will select it. And we can increase it. So let's see. About a 2.5 looks like it'll be good. So create it a 2.5 in both directions. Now we're also going to take our main camera and we're going to change the background on it to be more of a dark burgundy. Like a very dark burgundy, like there. Perfect. So now it kind of seamlessly goes into the background of our little magic circle here. Perfect. All right. So with that done, let's go back to our UI here, our button. We're going to get rid of the text component because we are not going to need that. And we're also going to change the source image to be our little soul. And we're going to scale it preferably. Perfect. One thing we're going to need to do while we're here, just so we don't have to come back and continuously fix this stuff, is... Oh, wait, no, actually, sorry, that will not be necessary on this one. Never mind. Completely ignore me. Okay. So this will act as our little button. So it should be clickable, actually. Yeah, so you can see when you click it. Perfect. And we can fix the little disappearing act later. For now, as long as it shows up, that's good. All right. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to add another component onto this. We're going to add a text component. So if we go to UI, we go to text Mesh Pro. We're going to align this kind of with the top of our screen. So this is going to show how many souls we have accrued from where we are getting them. So we're basically, the idea behind this, we're connected to the multiversal domain right now using the magic circle. We want to casually kill off a few people here and there in order to gain power. I have a demon. I need souls. It's what it is. But you know, if I just go killing 1,000 people, that's not good. People will notice. Then I get hunted. It's not a fun time. So we're connected to like the multiverse right now. Few deaths, like 1 death per planet. That's infinite deaths. That's infinite souls. That's unlimited energy. That's an untapped economy right there. We're tapping into it. No one will ever notice, and we'll get free power. It'll be great. So we're gonna say all right, just like that. I'm also going to center it. And now this is the extra step I was just talking about. Down here, if you click on extra settings, you're going to want to uncheck raycast target. Otherwise, it's going to be a clickable item. And we don't want that. Souls can get loose sometimes, like especially if they're a more powerful soul, like another demon, a hero, a god, something like that. It can happen. So like, we're going to need to grab those manually when they come in. To do that, we're going to need to be able to click them, and they can appear. We'll be able to set up where they can appear. Too crowded, things get buggy. So we're going to give them the full area to work with, and that includes behind this. So we're going to uncheck raycast target so that we can click anything that goes behind our little title here. We can also create another one just while we're here, so we can duplicate it. This one we'll give it a title as well. We want to keep this as professional as possible. So we're gonna call this Total Souls Text. There we go. Now this one down here, we'll call this souls per second. We'll move it down a little bit. All right, we can lower it. We'll turn on actually boldness for both of these because I think it looks better. Oh, too many. There we go. That'll work. Now this one down here, we'll change the text a little bit. We'll say 999, 999 souls per second. Cool. Because later on we are going to be implementing it so that we can basically pay off people to do this for us, to click the button and reap a soul. We're going to hire minions later on. It'll be an extra thing that we can worry about when the time comes. Okay. Sorry, you have to bear with me as I go back and forth to the notes. Like I said, I just finished this one before I started streaming. So it might take me a few minutes to get my bearings today. Okay, so now that we've set this up to be a clickable button, one thing I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to change constant to scale with screen size. That way we don't really have to worry about it too much later on. And yeah, see, okay. So now I'll make this stuff a little bit bigger again. Perfect. We'll move them both up. And we'll increase both of them. We'll give the font size a bit extra. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, something like that should do nicely. All right, so sorry. Now what we're gonna do is create a new folder down here in our little assets area. This is gonna be to hold our scripts. Okay, well that was actually just a script. There we go. Oh, all right. Well, we're okay. It's fine, Unity. You're special. We understand. You need some time. Think about it. Right. Let's create a folder. Let's call it scripts. And we're going to create a new soul clicker script. This is going to be our button script. Actually, you know what? Better not to have spaces. I know technically you can, but just to be on the better side. All right, let's open this up in Visual Studio, and we can get to going. If of course it wants to load on my second monitor. Come on, you can do it. Come on, there we go. Sorry. Whenever I have things split between both of my monitors, my system gets finicky. I'm not entirely sure why, but whatever. Perfect. So we have our soul clicker script. This is what our button is going to do. The first thing we're going to be doing is we will be using Text Mesh Pro. That's why we imported it earlier. So at the top, we're going to need to say using TM Pro. This basically calls in TM Pro so that we can access its special things. So for example, TMP underscore text, that's something that's unique to the TM Pro. So we need, in order to use that, we're going to need to add it in as a library. Perfect. Now we're also going to need to declare using TM Pro with our text. So that one I was just referring to, we can say TMP underscore text total soul count. Perfect. Now this is not visible in the inspector because we didn't make it a public TMP text, a public object. This is because in a real world game design environment, you're not really going to be leaving everything public. The more that's public, anything can access it, right? That leaves you open to hacks in your game, buggy code, a number of things. So we don't want to use that, but we still want to be able to access this in the editor. So one thing we can do, and we are going to be using this a lot today, is we're going to serialize the field. To do that, we put in some square brackets and we say serialize field. Let me show you in Unity. So on our button here, we are going to add our soul clicker script. So you can see, even though this is, this is not a public variable, you can see it still shows up in our Unity. Sorry, there we go. You can see it still shows up in Unity here. And now we can also do this. We can just drag into it. So that's one way of also accessing in the editor. So the serialize, that puts in the editor, essentially. Okay, now we will also need to add an integer here. So let's reopen our script. And we can do that. So this one can be a public integer because we are going to need to change this over time. So we're going to say a public integer of total souls. And this will basically keep track of how many we've collected over the course of the game. For example, if this was cookie clicker, it would be total cookies. Just to give you an example of what this does. All right, so to control the button, what we'll do is, for now, we can just get rid of these two because we're not going to use them, at least not right now. And we can then create a new method. All right, so in this method, it's going to be a public. So it's going to be a public void on soul reads. So on soul gathered by us, essentially. The first thing we can do is we can say a debug.log, just make sure everything's working. And here we'll just say soul collected. Okay. Next, what we'll do is we will say total souls ++. And then we will update the UI. So we'll say update UI. Obviously, this isn't a method that we've created yet, so we're getting an error. It's saying, what is this? What are we doing? So we will create it. We'll just create the new method. So I'm going to generate the method, update UI, just as like that. Oh, that's a little fun thing you guys can do, by the way. So if you're using Unity and you get an error like that, you can right click, go to quick actions and refactorings, and you can generate method with the error. So in here, what we're going to say is we're going to set the text. So we're going to say total soul count dot text is going to be equal to $, curly brackets, of course, total souls read gathered. I'll say, you know, we'll keep it to reaped for now. I don't like the term. I find it kind of ugly, but it is what it is. There we go. My bad. Okay, so let me explain a bit of what we just did. First off, why the $? We didn't use one here, and we're just setting text, right? Well, sort of. So what we're doing, what we're saying when we do this is total soul count dot text. So we're saying the TMP text that we assigned in our little thing here in our editor. And of course we set it to this. So we're saying this dot to text. So we're changing the text part specifically, equals to $. So what $sign does in C# in the Unity is it basically auto formats. So you can punch in any integer, string, float, event, I believe, or you can just write, and it will automatically format whatever you put inside of its quotations, and just take care of it. So it's a neat little thing to like help your code look nicer and save a bit of time for any developers who might be watching this either live or as a as a recording after. So, what we said here, and oh yes, one other thing I should mention. When you're using the $ method, or not method, sorry, the $ formatter, I should say, anything like an integer or a string, what have you, it needs to be put into curly brackets. This just tells it you're not saying the words total souls, you're using the total souls integer in this case. So, just a little fun little tip for you guys. So, theoretically, that should work. Let's try doing it. So, first things first, we're going to add we're going to click on the plus on our buttons little piece here in our editor. We're going to drag the button into it because that's where our soul clicker script is. And we'll grab it and we'll say on soul read. Okay. We'll hit play. Let's see here. Perfect. And you can see it's working. Alright, so thanks for coming out to the stream, guys. So this is Soul Reaper. We're getting souls. Perfect. And it's weird that this is phasing. Alright, whatever. Either way. So there you go. So that right there is now going to collect the souls and do absolutely nothing with it other than write down, hey, you got another, and it's also going to count. So that's kind of cool. It counts. Yeah. All right. Next, so that sets up the clicking. Next thing we're going to do is the magic circle. I kind of want to rotate it. Let's see. I want to see if there's a way to get rid of to just pause the particles. All right, we can, I know I have it down somewhere in my notes. I can just figure it out later. So next I want to basically make it spin though. Magic is better in motion. Fun fact. Magic's actually very similar to programming in general. I've noticed a lot of your media, specifically your anime. Big fan, by the way. I've noticed that they also understood this concept as well. So let's go ahead and continue on with it. We'll use the same script for this because there's no reason we have to use multiple. And we're going to add a transform spin magic. And of course we will serialize it. So yeah, we'll do it up here. So first we will serialize field. And down here we are going to say transform spin magic. Perfect. And that's how next we're sorry that grabs your private transform, and it's basically just what is your transform is basically up here. This is your transform. It gives you your position, your rotation, and your scale. That's what your transform is. So what we did here in our script is we defined the transform, so that object, and we're assigning it a value of spin magic. Now we haven't actually given it any data yet. All we've done is say, hey, you're gonna use this. All right, and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just re-add that update function. So we'll make it a private void update. And what we're gonna say is we're gonna say spin magic dot rotate. And we'll say 0, 0, 10. Actually, maybe 10 will be too fast. We'll do 5. Honestly, you can set it to whatever you like. So this right here is a modifiable variable. You can set this to whatever speed you'd like, and that is going to be how fast that our magic spins. So if we go back now, back to our Unity, and we check on our button, So we need to tell it what transform, right? We need to give it its data. So we're going to grab it and we're going to give it. So now when we hit play, you can see it spins incredibly fast. That's not necessary. We want a nice slow spin. So we'll say 0.5F. Let's really lower it and see how that holds up. That's better for sure. I think a bit slower. Now, it's getting a bit tedious going back and forth like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it another variable here. I'm going to say public float spin speed. And then down here, I can say spin speed. So this will take our float, whatever we set it to in our Unity editor, and set that to the speed. So we just had 0.5. So now if we go back to the editor, we can say 0.25, right? Then we can hit play. It's definitely slower. Now what happens if it goes 0.1? There you go. I definitely prefer that speed. It's weird that, okay. Okay, first things first, I want to fix that. Okay, we're going to set the spin speed to 1 because that was a nice value. Down here, let's try that. I forget exactly what it was I did in order to stop it from fading. Hey, Reaper, how you going, man? It's going good. We're just working on some Soul Reaper over here. That's fine. We can stop that for now. Still fades. All right, that's fine. We'll work on this later. Perfect. So now we got it spinning at the very least. It fades right now. It'll cause some connection issues to the plane. All right. Next step is we're going to change how many souls that we can get reaped per click. To do this, we'll create a new integer called souls per click. So let's reopen our script. And this one is going to be... actually, you know what? This one's going to be public as well, because this will also need to be changed in the future. So public integer, souls per click. Lurk? I'm not sure what command that is supposed to be, Reaper. Perfect. All right. On our on soul reaped method that we already created here, we're gonna change total souls plus plus into total souls plus equals souls per click. So now what we're saying, instead of just adding, oh, why is my S doing that? Okay, ignore it. You're gonna an AFK, but you're keeping it on. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate you doing that. You're a true friend. Perfect. Yeah, sorry. So basically, what we were saying before was total souls equals total souls plus 1. That's what we were saying before with total souls plus plus. Obviously, that doesn't work in our case because we need to know how many souls per click. Right now, it'll just be 1. But in the future, we might want to change this depending on our efficiency modifier. Now, we add the chance for a crit. So once in a while, you may get lucky and you may get more than you bargained for. We call these crits. To do this, in the on-reap method, so this one here, we will say, we will create a new float. So, do we want to do this before or after we update the UI, actually? This will have to be done for everything. Okay, so up here, we're going to create a float. We're going to call it crit because this is our crit chance. And it's going to be equal to a random dot value. Now, obviously, random isn't imported yet, so we can right click and, oh, wait, sorry. Yes, this one is imported. This is actually a different issue that you guys might experience. So 2 of our connected libraries actually have a random function. That would be our Unity and our system. So both of these have a dot random. This normally could cause issues, but we are going to fix this. Let's see. What we are going to do is we're going to, at the top, we're going to say using Unity engine dot rand. No, wait, what was it? See, this is why I have notes. Chance and a float. Perfect. So actually, what is it currently? Okay, so we actually had system imported when it didn't need to be. That's why my notes didn't cover this. Sorry, like I said, up to the last minute. So, sorry, now that we have our float, we can do stuff with it. So, right now we have random dot value. This returns a random value between 0 and 1. This could be anything. This could be 0 dot whatever, what have you. It returns a random value between 0 and 1. And now we can check on our crit. So what do we want our crit chance to be? At the top, we'll specify this. We can say public float crit chance. Its default value can be 0.1. This would be 10%. Wait, forgot my semicolon. There we go. This can be 10%. Otherwise, it would be 0.01 would be a 1% chance, right? So now we have our crit chance. What we are going to do is we're going to have a basic if statement. So we're going to say if the crit is less than or equal to 0.1. Oh, wait, no, wait, sorry. Crit chance total souls plus equals souls per click times 10. So what did we just do? So what we're saying here is if crit is smaller than our crit chance, so that could be 10 or 0.1, 0.09, 0.08, 0.07, 0.06, what have you. Basically, we're checking that right now. Once we have that value, if it's true and our crit was hit, then we're going to take our total souls and we're going to plus equals the souls per click, and then we're going to times it by 10. So for each critical that you get, you're going to get 10 times your normal value. And by saying it like this, even after we modify souls per click later on, it's still going to give you the times 10 if you get the crit modifier. And then we're also going to have to give this an else statement real quick. So we're going to say else, and we will take this, we'll cut it and not paste it there. We'll paste it there. There we go. And then underneath everything, we're going to update UI because no matter what happens, whether it's a crit or a single, we're going to need to update the UI after. So let's make sure this works. Perfect. Where is it? Here it is. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Button. Alright, so our crit chance right now, let's set this to 0.5. This will be 50%. Obviously, you'd never want your critical to be this high, but this is just for testing. Ah, see, it's broken. So now we need to find out what's causing that. So, when we take a look here, we're still calling this on-soul reads. So we can hit the float crit. There we go. Sorry, just checking my code over just to make sure it's not something obvious. There we go. So we got the total souls, and we're updating it down here in the UI. Actually, so we are getting the soul collected. But the souls reaped is staying at 0. So for some reason, it's not getting called in either our if statement or down here. Now to verify that, I'll just do this for a second. That's strange. Oh, that's oh, okay. So we actually never set our souls per click. That's why. So souls per click is actually set to 0. All right, we're good. So we'll set souls per click is equal to 1. There. And now we'll set 1 in the editor. Sorry. Now we can get back to this. So 2 souls, 13. So that's how we got times 10. So each time we click, it's giving 2 souls. And occasionally, it gives us 11. Obviously, that's not quite accurate. So what we want to do to fix this is, well, this one we can just do times 10 minus 1. And then here we'll do minus 1. If we do that, this should fix up our little script. And you can see it now goes up by 1 or 10 each time. So that is our crit chance firing off. So we can put this back down to 10%. Because honestly, 10% will be high enough. And we're going to click 10 times to see how many times we get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we got it once out of 10 times. Obviously, you're going to want a data pack much larger than that. But for now, you know, we can see it's generally working. Cool. Perfect. That takes care of doing crits. Honestly, crits are pretty easy to do. There we go. There we go. All right, yes, that one is done. So next, let's here we're so okay. Man, my notes from last night are messy. I'm sorry, everyone who is watching this, either live or recording. Perfect. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is our number increase signifiers. So what these are is every time we click, we're going to have a little number appear saying plus 2 plus 10. And these are going to say how many we added per click. First, in our soul clicker scripts, we'll add a new serialized field, game object soul reap text. So let's go ahead and do that now. Serialized field, and it's going to be, like I said, a game object, and we're going to call it number of souls reaped text. I'm going to add text at the end so we can obviously identify it in case we have anything else attached to soul reaped. Like, for example, okay, we actually don't have anything yet, but it's better to have longer names that you can identify than smaller names that you get confused with later. So this is going to be our reward info text, and like I said, it's going to be displayed. So we're going to need to instantiate it. Obviously, because this is a prefab, it's not going to just appear, or it's not going to be on screen already. So we're going to instantiate, and instantiate is basically spawning. Right. So at the bottom here, underneath update UI, we can just put it directly here. So we're going to say instantiate soul number of soul reap text transform. Okay. So let's make that text real quick as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, if I remember correctly, so we're going to right click UI, and we're going to need text. Let's call this souls increased. There we go. And we can say plus 9999. Okay, there we go. Now let's set the text to red. We can make it bold. Turn this down a little bit. Of course, we're going to need to turn off raycast target as well, just like I explained earlier. And we're also going to need to turn this into a prefab. So down here, we'll create a new folder, and we're going to call this prefabs. Let's take our sold increased text, drag it down in there. Okay. So now that we have that, we can go back to our button, and you see it needs a game object, just like that. Perfect. All right, so we're going to need to create a new script as well called floating text script. So where's my scripts? There it is. So create a new floating text. So here is where most of the magic is going to happen for this. So the first thing we can set is going to be our move speed. So right at the top, we're going to say public integer move speed. We'll also grab TM Pro, since we are going to be modifying text. And we'll grab the TMP text and make sure to serialize. So to do that, we will say serialize field, TMP text, reward text, I think. There we go. That'll be fine. Let's see. We will also need to define a timer, and we're going to need a starting color as well. The color is very easy. We just say color, starting color, and we'll create a timer. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to need a private void awake real quick. in here, we're going to say the starting color is equal to the TMP. Sorry, wait, the reward text dot color. Okay. Now, in your void updates, that's the wrong one. Here, we are going to do a few things. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make it so that our text goes up and away from wherever it spawned in from. We're also going to create our timer here as well. And of course, we're also going to be setting the text. So, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the transform.position. And we're going to say this is equal to a new vector3 0 time dot delta time times move speed 0. So what are we doing here? So we're saying the transform.position, so where it is going to change on this new vector3 we're giving it. And we're saying 0 on the x, 0 on the z, but on the y-axis, we're going to move up at our move speed at the rate of real time. So time.delta time is basically counting real-time seconds. It's not affected by FPS or anything else. It will always be real-time. So for the timer, for example, that is what we're going to use. We're going to say timer equals time dot delta time, because it will always be 1. So it works perfect. It'll always be real time. So it works perfect for our timer. Next, we're also going to need to set the text. So we're going to say reward text dot color. It's going to be equal to color dot lerp. And we're going to lerp it from the starting color to color.clear by timer. Then, one thing we're also going to need to do real quick, and then I'll get into what we're doing in this script, is we're going to say if the timer ever gets larger than 2, so 2 full seconds, then we will destroy the game objects. Otherwise, these will just continuously spawn, bug up your game, and be a horrible disaster all around. Okay. Perfect. Alright, and we created a running timer. Perfect. So now what we're going to do is we're going to assign the script to our prefab. So, we got our prefab somewhere. Okay, we will open the prefab then. There. Scripts. And let's put the floating text on here. We're going to set our move speed to, let's say 1 for now. And the text itself, of course, is here. So we need to apply this, so we'll save it. There we go. And now let's see what happens when we click the button. Okay, so you see it spawns. You can see it fades away, but it doesn't move anywhere. All right. So yeah, you can see it spawns. Did I... Okay, let me actually try something super quick. So what we can say, let's try actually setting this to the vector3. So say vector3, we'll call it movement. There we go. And we'll say it's plus equal to new vector3. Sorry. Just trying to get this to move up for everyone. So we'll do transform.translate. Movement space.self. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait, I might be wrong actually. Maybe? I just double checked my notes just to make sure that I'm going on the right page so I don't leave any of you guys astray. And according to my notes, that I did this exactly as I did in the practice and it worked. So let's look into that. First thing we'll do is we'll go to our prefab. Let's increase this to like 100 and see if that was the case. Okay, so it was working. I just had it going so slow that it looked invisible. All right, cool. So then it is working. So you can see it now floats up every time we click it. It doesn't have how many souls we have yet, but you can see it now goes up every time we click it. And yeah, each time is unique. You can have multiple, you can have none. Cool. Okay. So that is spawning it. Now let's set it. So now that the signifier is actually working, we need to actually feed it the information. The first thing we need to do is refer to it in our code by giving it the TMP text thing that I was talking about earlier, right? So we already did that. Now we can define it. So let's, so we got our text here. Perfect. Wait a minute, actually. Okay. So now, okay, so we actually need to refer to it in our soul clicker code. So we're actually going to be referring to it here. Number to increase. Yeah, perfect. So we will do public TMP underscore text soul reward text. Perfect. So next things we're gonna do is we have our total souls reaped, we have our crit set up, but we're gonna need to give our text reward copy some information. So here we're instantiating, we're saying number of souls reaped text, and we're giving it a transform. Underneath it, we're gonna say text. Oh wait, no, sorry. Reward, soul reward text. There we go. Dot text is equal to $, plus there we go. I believe I missed a step. One moment. Yeah, this one is a very big project I've been preparing for the better part of a month now. So much so it actually gotten postponed a couple of times. I'm just happy that I finally have everything I need in order to get it working. So. Now, as long as I can figure out everything, we are good. Okay, so I'm just went over everything. It looks like that is correct. That is correct. Okay, so we got our reward text. So on our soul reap function, we can change the instantiate method we created a bit. So it looks like I have it set up so that, okay, I see. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, we can change it up. There we go. Sorry about that. This might happen a couple more times. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a very big project. So, we're going to say the TMP underscore text is text reward copy. So we don't need this up here. We need this actually down here. And this is going to be equal to instantiate soul reward, wait. I keep clicking things without thinking them through. There. So we're still going to need that. Okay. So, TMP text reward copy will be equal to instantiate that. Wait. There we go. Wait, there. Fix all the errors, make sure everything's good. Perfect. Okay, now we can say the text reward copy dot text is going to be equal to $, read is this total souls or souls per click? Oh, I see. Okay. So I forgot to feed it an integer. That's why I'm confused. So integer reap souls equal to 0. Reap souls. Perfect. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Then, so now we set the text. Now we can say that the text reward copy dot the transform dot local position, and this is going to be equal to get random vector 2. Obviously this isn't a thing, so again, right click, quick actions, generate method, and inside here we're gonna have a little bit of fun. I'm gonna write this out real quick, and then you guys can, oh wait, why is this a vector 2? This needs to be vector 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, perfect. Technically we don't need the private, but I'll leave it. It's not like it matters. So what we're gonna say is vector 2, random vector. So we're defining it. Then we can take our random vector. Oh, we can take our random. We can take our. Oh my god, we can take our random vector dot x and equal to random dot range. We'll do it again. So we'll do random vector dot y will also be equal to random dot range. And then we will return the random vector. Okay. So obviously we need a range to put these through. In order to get that range, there's the best way to go about it, actually, if I'm being honest, is we have our button. I'll zoom out a lot. Let's put it on the button. And let's get the transform and let's set its position to 0. Okay, so this is 0. So how far up does it go? So it goes to 250 by, we'll say 250 will be around the bottom. And then this, then this way is also about 250 in either direction. Okay, so that's the size that we're working with. So what we'll do is we'll give it a minus 250, 250. And now it'll spawn anywhere in that field. Again, minus 250, 250. Perfect. And yeah, we already added our integer reap souls at the here. And then, perfect. Then under the if statement, we can get rid of this now. Just making sure our code's all good. Looks like, okay, let's test it out, guys. Just waiting for Unity. There we go. Okay, so let's test it out. So theoretically, it should spawn anywhere. Okay, so what did I do wrong? Let's see. Soul reward text. There. Okay, well, it's working, but it says 0. Oh, it's only doing crits? Okay. This is an easy fix. First of all, we can remove this because apparently that's fixed now. And we can do this. Boom. Boom. Now, I just want to make sure that I'm doing that right. Of course. Because if I'm not, then I need to fix it. Okay. So, actually, the way to fix this is correct. Then we'll say else. Actually, we don't even need those in C#. We'll say reaped souls equals souls per click. And then, actually, we can also take this and replace total souls and total souls. There we go. Let's try that again. Okay, cool. So you can see it's working. We got 2s popping up all around. I'm not sure why our UI isn't updating anymore. So we got update UI. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. My bad. I wasn't supposed to switch this over. This is actually where we set it to. And then we actually set this one to reaped souls. So here we're setting reaped souls to either souls per click times 10, which should be 10, or souls per click times 1, which should be 1. At the top we're setting it to 0. Here we're setting total souls is going to be the reaped souls amount. And then down here we have total souls. Okay, now this should work. Perfect. Perfect. And now you can see it's working no problem. All right. Now, if I put this on the button, okay. So we actually want, okay. So let's change this real quick. So let's delete this. I just noticed that I don't really like how it's looking. So if we set this to say -200 by -200, actually the Y can stay the same. The Y can be 250, but the X needs to be 300 right here. I think this will make it look nicer in general. Yeah, there we go. Now it's a lot more centralized. Perfect. Alright, so now that we test and it works, we're good to move on to the next thing. Alright, so the more our scripts do, of course the more bugged down they become. This happens due to infinite loops, too much logic happening in one file, or having to reuse the same code over multiple scripts when truly it's not necessary. So what I kind of want to do real quick is I want to refactor our code. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted by my VTuber model. I want to refactor our code to make it easier to read and handle. The first one we're going to start with is typically going to be your game manager. So let's create that script real quick. So your game manager Sorry, your game manager is one of the most important scripts, honestly, that you're probably going to have. You want to pass your game manager things that are always happening, like scores, health values, spawn points, global values, essentially. So, what's a good example of a global value? Okay, let's take Fortnite, Warzone, basically like a battle royale, right? A global value would be like the position of the fog that's closing in. So that would be like a global value. So that's something that everything needs to be able to access and share. The things to bring over are several, to be honest. So let's open this up and we're gonna set it on our side here. So first things first, we're going to bring over our public integers, the total souls. We're going to bring over the total soul text. Right, we'll cut that over. Then we'll create a new method in public. And we'll, we'll create a new public integer, add souls. Perfect. Using TM Pro. Okay. And basically, we're going to cut everything from our debug.log to the end of the else statement. And we're going to cut it. We're going to paste it. And then underneath, we will return reaped souls. Perfect. All right, now we're gonna also need to bring over our crit chance as well, since this is gonna handle our crits. Perfect, just checking the code, make sure nothing got left behind. Perfect, total souls. Oh, I also forgot to bring over the souls per click. Perfect, there we go. All right, so now in our soul clicker script, we're gonna need to make a reference to our game manager. Let me just double check that. Perfect. So yeah, up here, what we'll say, we'll make it another serialize. And we're gonna say game manager. Game manager. That's how you create like a link to it, essentially. Perfect. Okay, now on Souls Reap, we still need to do things, right? We can't just not have it work. So what we're gonna say is we're gonna give it an integer of reaped souls. Is going to be equal to game manager dot add souls. So you notice how that fixed everything? So what we're saying here is on the button clicked, go to our game manager and run this script. The script will take our crit chance, calculate it, and then return us a reap souls. Now that it's returned it, reap souls is now reaped souls. We're going to update our UI just like we did before. And then here we're saying, just basically do the same thing. Like we actually didn't change anything here. Also, I can bring back the total soul count text. That actually did not mean to be brought over. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Stop running a debug. There we go. No, I touched. Stop it. There we go. All right, it's gone. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. So next we will want to clear a way to get and set the total souls number. So we're going to create a new property. So in the game manager script, we're going to create a new public integer. Of course, we have one here. So we actually can have this in both our scripts. We didn't need to fully move this one over. There. These also do not need to be public values. So we can remove the public from all of them. Perfect. There we go. So yeah, we're going to create a new property. So in the game manager scripts, we're going to create a new public integer total souls. So right at the top, we're going to say public integer total souls. And we're going to use two methods here. We're going to say get, and we're going to say set. So in the get, we're going to just return total souls for now. Also, let me serialize these fields real quick. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're going to just return the total souls. And in the set function, we're going to do two things. We're going to say the total souls is equal to value. And wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so now we have a get set. So let me go over what this property is and how we use it. So we're saying a public integer of total souls. So this is now accessible. And we're defining two things, a get and a set. So what is that? So let's take this, for example. Crit. Okay, so crit less than equal to. So this is checking. Is crit part of crit chance? So like, did we get a crit? So it's checking. So it's trying to get the information. So this is a get set, except, you know, here we can get it. So it'd be 1. So if we got souls per click, we'd get 1. And if we set souls per click at the integer, we can set it to whatever number we want. It doesn't matter. However, we can also do this the same way, but doing it here. So here we can say get and set. So when you get it, we can give it information, or when we set it, we can do other things as well. So this is basically giving us the ability to run extra code whenever we check or set a different value to total souls. that's basically what the get and set are for and what they do. So down here, we're also going to say update UI. And then, yeah, there we go. So this isn't a script we've made yet, so we're actually going to make that now. So we're going to create a script, and we're going to call it update UI. I'm going to move this over to here as well. Perfect. So what we're going to move over to here is we're going to move over our total soul text. There. And we're going to only have a couple of things in here. So we're going to say, wait, sorry, using TM Pro, just like normal. Okay. We're only going to have two functions in here. We're going to have a private void start. And in here, we're just going to say update UI. Boom. And we're going to feed it 0 because we're going to need to feed it an integer. And then down here, we're going to have a public void update UI. And we're going to, like I said, we're going to feed it total souls. We're going to say the total soul count dot text is equal to, oh wait, actually we can just do this. There. Perfect. All right. So this is actually the header UI. So I actually want to rename this. So first I'm going to change the class name to header UI. Then in Unity, I'm going to rename to header UI. All right. So here we're going to create a new serialized field. I'm going to call it header UI. I'm just going to call it UI. And then here we're going to say UI.update UI. Oh, right. We also need to give it a value. We're going to give it value. And that's strange. It's not... Oh, it's a private. Okay, we need public. And integer total souls. There we go. Update UI, and we're gonna feed it value. Because whenever you, so we defined this already as an integer, right? So when you set this integer, you're definitely setting it as a number, and the value is whatever that number is. Okay. So, in our on soul rate, let me just double check. Yeah, we can say basically the same thing as in our game manager. And we'll do UI dot update UI 0. Perfect. So we took our 2 scripts and we made it into 4, and each part of the script only has a small section, like these 2, for example. These are most of the code for this script. We're not going to be changing this very much. I'll reopen our Unity here, get everything set up. So, in our canvas, we have our button. So, doom, doom. So we need to give our circle canvas. Okay, so there's our event system. Let's create an empty and call this our game manager. And we're going to give it our game manager script. Chance, yup, UI. We're going to give it total soul text. Right. So on this canvas, let's give it the header UI. We'll give this our total soul text. And our game manager, we're going to give this our canvas. There. So let's make sure it still works. And as you can see, we're running into an issue. Okay. So it's saying that it's having an issue here. Let's take a look. Fine. Okay, integer read. Yep. Oh, wait. Did we not set what the game manager is? We didn't. Okay, so game manager and UI. Whoops. There. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so it hasn't set the UI. Let's find out why. Canvas, yep. So let me just check this. Okay. Wait, what are my souls per click? Don't tell me it's the same issue. Game manager. Okay, no, okay. Just to make absolutely certain, because I had this issue happen to me several times. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're getting to soul collected. So we're saying reap souls is 0. And then we're returning the reap souls. Wait, what? Okay. There we go. Was that the issue? That might have been the issue. That's... Okay. I think I may have forgotten something. That's my bad. Let me grab this. Yeah. Okay. I forgot to give it a value. there we go. Yeah. See, right here, I'm actually supposed to put total souls. Wait. Oh my god. Typing. It's plus equals. Reaped souls. That was what I was... Stop it! Why? Why? Okay, I don't know why that keeps happening. Let's try that again. We don't need this. I think I might have been setting it. Yeah, there we go. I was setting it. My mistake. No. Canvas, we need the button. Ah. Oh. Nope. Yep. There we go. Oh my god, stop. There we go. Yeah, I had accidentally gotten rid of the spin speed. There we go. Perfect. So now it spins again. Now we have it where it counts. We have crit, and we have nicer looking code. This is good. Let's go back to our game manager. We'll set this to just one click. Save. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, sorry, I'm just keeping track of everything as we go. So, the next thing we're gonna do is I want to be able to save and load the game. And we're gonna do this a bit differently. So, to accomplish saving and loading in the past, specifically with my Flappy Demon and with my Snake game, I used basic player prefs with primitive data values. Primitives, I should say, sorry. Sorry. So it was a primitive data value. What that means is that we gave it a name, we gave it a string or an integer or something, and that was it. And then when it came back, we would decipher it. We're gonna do it a little differently today, because I'm using a bit more advanced technique. I'm going to use JSON saving. I'm also going to be using structs and JSON saving. So basically, let me explain with what a struct is. A struct is like... Wow, I'm actually not very good at explaining this. I'm not going to lie. So a struct is basically like a box for your data. Maybe it'll make more sense if I make it and then we can go through it. Maybe that will make more sense. Let's give it a shot. Okay. So, yeah, a struct is a block of information we can save to structs and be used at different times for different reasons. So we're going to create a struct in our game manager script. So way at the bottom, we're going to say private struct. We're going to call this save data. Why? What? Oh, okay, my bad. I'm like, why is this not working and giving me an error? You actually don't put brackets on structs. That was, wow, okay. Next, we're gonna say a public integer of total souls and a public integer of souls per click. Cool. So now this struct called save data, pardon me, now has two integers inside it. So it's encasing this data and it can be used as one. So hold on, I'm just gonna expand. All right, here you can see what we have inside the struct is defined values. So like I said, the whole point is to hold data. So this struct is now holding this information for us. Next, we're going to create two new methods. We're going to have a save and a load. So they're both going to be private. So we're going to have a private void save and a private void load. Nope, not that. Private void load. Okay. So, in the save, we can first make a reference to our save data struct by saying save data, right? So we're gonna say save data. So now we can use save data, and it's gonna call the struct that's called save data. Okay, so now that we have access to the struct, it will act as a container for our data. The way JSONs work is by serializing information. This breaks things down to byte and bit size of information. For example, binary would be a great example of bit and byte. Actually, no, binary would be specifically bit. Apologies. So by setting save data, so let's see here. So we're gonna set save data dot total souls, and this is going to be equal to our total souls. Okay. Next we can have save data dot souls per click, and this is going to be equal to souls per click. So now we're assigning values to each of our things inside of our struct. We can then take this information we just assigned to our struct container and serialize it by converting it to a string. To do this, here's what we'll do. We're going to say, there we go. String serialized data is going to be equal to JSON utility dot to JSON save data. Okay, so what we just did was we took our struct, our container, we filled the container with our information, and then we turned it into a serialized form using a JSON. And then we're saving that data as well. To save it, we're going to actually use player prefs again. So here's what we'll do. We'll say player prefs dot set string. Sorry. There we go. Okay, perfect. Sorry. So yeah, player prefs dot set string, and we're gonna call this save data field name, and then it's gonna be our serialized data. So we're gonna take this real quick, and we're just gonna up here, we're gonna call it, we're gonna give it another serialized field, and yeah, it's just going to literally be called field name. So actually, sorry, no, this one's not going to be serialized. So this one is a constant, I believe. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here it is. We will be using a constant. So a constant is an unchangeable variable. So the constant is pretty easy to assign. It's just saying constant string save data field name, and we're gonna equal this to, and this is what we're gonna call our save data. We can call this system if we wanted to make it sneaky. We can call this whatever we want. I'm just gonna call this save data. And now this makes it easier, especially when using player prefs, because now you don't need to remember what your save data is called. It's just called save data. Not that that would be hard, but when you get to like a large game with 300 or 400 different player prefs, not that I don't think you would ever use that many, but you get the idea. You'd probably use structs and other containers in order to prevent that from happening. Sorry, I just noticed that there's a message. Use public struct save data outside of your class. That way you can use it outside of the game manager if you need to. Yes, you're absolutely right, and normally that is exactly what I would recommend and what I would do. In this game, it's not necessary just because we're never going to need the struct outside of this class. We're not going to need it at any point. But you are absolutely correct. In a normal situation, like in a normal game and design or game studio environment, I would probably recommend putting it outside your class. Something like down here, you can do struct save data, and you can assign values. So it doesn't have to be inside your class. This is what Sejuru, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Please let me know in chat the proper pronunciation. But you're absolutely right. You can have it down here, and then you can access it outside of your game manager as well. You're absolutely right. It's just not necessary for this one, and that's a bit more advanced when dealing with stuff outside of class. I find a lot of people have a hard time grasping the concept. I did as well, if I'm being honest, when I first started using that. So just one thing you can do, I'm not going to personally. Cool. In order to load the data, we're gonna basically do the opposite. So this saves it. This is basically done saving. So we're gonna do, there we go. So we're gonna do save data, deserialized data. It's gonna be equal to JSON utility dot from JSON. Serialized. Wait, nope. What am I doing? That's wrong. My bad. The from JSON needs to be save data. There we go. And now we can say serialized field. Or serialized data, sorry. Except we haven't defined that yet. Perfect. So we're saying string serialized data. It's going to be equal to player prefs. Dot get string. And this will be the save data field. There. And now we can call serialized data. Perfect. Now we're going to need to set it, of course. So down here we can say total souls will be equal to the deserialized data dot total souls. And our souls per click will be equal to the deserialized data dot souls per click. Now, the only thing that we might run into an issue for is when we first try and load if we don't have any save information. So let's run a quick check just to make sure that it exists. So we're going to say if the player prefs dot has key save data field name return. So what we're saying here is if the player pref if this doesn't exist, we're checking if it even has the key, because this is called the key. So if this doesn't even exist, that's what the exclamation mark for, just return. Don't bother continuing. However, if it doesn't, then this will continue just like normal. Okay. This will work, but if it's the first time players, obviously that is when we run into issues. So now in our update function, we're going to need to have a way to save, load, and restart. So let's create an update function. Perfect. So we're gonna have a couple if statements here. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. So if input dot get key down, that's what I'm looking for. Get key down s save. Now we'll do this again. And then we'll call this one load. I don't think we need the else if, actually. It just needs to be if statements. Yep, perfect. There we go. What's the other one I wanted? Yes. So if we get R, then here we're actually going to say the total souls will be equal to 0. So R is basically going to be our reset. And the souls per click is equal to 1. Okay, we'll do one more. And that's escape. Basically, when escape gets clicked, we're just going to say application.quit. Perfect. And you'll notice we're using brackets here as well. And this is because Unity considers it its own method. Perfect. So now we're also going to basically do two more things here. We're going to add a start method and a onDestroy method. So, do I have a start method already? No, I don't. I'm probably not going to use it more than once, so let's put it way at the bottom of our code. All right, public start. So here we're just going to say we're just going to say load. And then void on application close, or on application quit. There we go. We will call the save function. Okay, let's give this a try and see if it works real quick. Once Unity load, there we go. Ha! So we got 13 souls. I'm gonna save. Oh wait, what? S key is unknown. What do you mean? What? Oh, wait a minute. Don't look at me. I'm ashamed to be a programmer. There we go. Okay. There. So this one will be L. This one will be R. And this one will be escape. Escape. I said dot escape. Let's try that again. I'm really liking this jazz music. It's very nice. Okay, so you can see it actually worked though. So now if I... So it's 66. So now I'm going to stop the game. I'm going to open the game. 66 loaded. Okay. And now load. Good. Restart. Good. Escape won't work until up later. And yes, I refer to it as escape. Go away from me. Alright, anyway. Perfect. So that is basically saving and loading the game. We still have quite a few things we still need to do, but that is a big part of it done. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create what I call a crawler. So what is a crawler, right? Well, go away. That is going to use one of our assets, this one. So, as I mentioned before, sometimes powerful souls can obstruct things, get in the way. They don't... What's the way to put this in layman's terms? They can't just be captured. They can be grabbed, but then like you need to manually click them, right? These are like the super powerful ones, like the high mana conductivity souls type thing. So we need to prepare for these. This is just the logo I'm giving these souls, but we need to prepare for them. So the next step in our process is to spawn in one of these souls, or crawlers as I refer to them, because they look like they crawl around on our screen. And it will be basically an image that flies around the screen once in a while. So first we're going to create a script, and it's going to act as a spawner. So there we go. Let's go back to our scripts. So because this is a powerful soul, I'm going to call this a power soul spawner. Perfect. All right. First, let's script this object. Since this will act as a spawner, we need 2 serialized fields. So let's serialize field. This one is a private game object. This will basically be our little prefab, and this is our super soul. Perfect. Next, we're going to need a private, it's going to be a float, and this is a min spawn time. Let's spell it correctly. And a max spawn time. We'll set this to be 2 minutes, and this to be 30 seconds. We're not talking about anything crazy here, so we don't need it to be forever or anything like that. Perfect. Next, we're going to need 2 floats. We're going to need a float timer and a float spawn time. Perfect. So, let's bring back our star method. And here we are going to say get random spawn time. Obviously, this doesn't exist. Right click, quick actions, generate method. Perfect. Now, this doesn't need to be all this fancy. We're going to use a lambda method. And we're gonna say spawn time is equal to random dot range why isn't what min spawn time and max spawn time. Okay, well that was weird. We'll come back to that in just a minute. So we'll say void update. We need to do this real quick. We're going to say our timer is plus equal to time.delta time. We're going to say that if the timer is greater than or equal to our spawn time, then we're going to set our timer to 0. We're going to get another random spawn time. And then we're going to instantiate. So we're going to say game object soul copy. Or wait, this isn't a copy of a soul, sorry. This will be our see, this game object would be our massive soul, like our powerful. So p soul. That works. So game object p soul is equal to instantiate super soul and transform it. Perfect. Now, why is this giving me issues? Random is here. Oh, why are we using system? Okay, that was strange. Why is S going nuts again? What? There we go. Okay. So next, we'll go back in here. We're gonna... Yeah, okay, perfect. So on our canvas, let's create a UI image. And this image will be our powerful soul. We're going to give it a script. Oh no, this one doesn't have a script, my bad. We're going to... Where is it? There it is. Image. Nope. There. There we go. So now you can kind of see it. It's there. Perfect. So we'll save it. And now we're going to make this into a prefab. Wait, actually, before we do that, let's reset its position, otherwise it'll always spawn weird. Alright, we can throw that in our prefabs. There we go. Alright, now in order to move the image, we will need to get the random position. We already made this in our soul clicker script, so we can just use the get random vector 2 function, and we can make it a public static. So let's go to our soul clicker. So down here, where is it actually? There it is. So instead of a private, let's reset this to a public static. And let's set, we're gonna need 2 vector 2s, I think. Let me just double check this. Yeah, okay. So in here we're gonna say vector 2 min value and vector 2 max value. Then we'll say min value. Okay, and then max value dot x. Here we'll say min value dot y. And here we'll say max value dot y. Perfect. Okay. All right. So up here we'll add another serialized value, or serialized field, sorry. And this is going to be a vector 2. And we're going to call min POS, max POS. Perfect. Or it's not going to work. Oh, I forgot an A. Okay. So now we can go back to our soul spawner, I believe. Yeah. In our powerful soul spawner script, we can say this would be our yeah, spawn time equals random.range. Yep. So we already got the timer. We already instantiate. We already get the random spawn time, which is good. Perfect. Okay. Now here we can say pSoul dot transform dot local position again will be equal to the soul clicker. Yeah, okay. Sorry, for some reason I thought it was in my game manager for a minute. Okay, yeah, so my soul clicker dot get random vector 2, and we will do this as well. We'll grab you and we'll plop you at the top, and we'll do min POS and max POS again. And then we can do pSoul dot transform dot rotate as well. 0, and then random dot range 0 and 360, because that's a full circle. So basically what we've done here is we're saying get the powerful soul, get its local position, and then set it to a random vector 2 within our allotted area. Then take the powerful soul and rotate it, face it in one direction. So this can now face in any direction we want. Now, obviously, we haven't actually set it to look in any one specific direction. We've actually set it as random. So now it'll randomly spawn, look in one direction. At least it should, in theory right now, right? Perfect. Now, we're also going to need to create another new script. And we're just going to call it something basic, like move upwards or move forward. I'm literally going to call it move up. Like, that's how unimportant this script is. We're going to have a few things here. we're going to basically get a serialized field. So field, this will be a float, min speed, and max speed. And another move speed. This one does not need to be serialized. So, in our start function, we are going to say move speed is equal to random dot range min speed and max speed. Now let's fix some of my spelling errors because God, that's horrible. Perfect. And there we go. Okay. Next, I actually should have just kept them, but next is my update. We're going to say vector 3 movement is going to be equal to a new vector 3 0 time dot delta time times move speed 0. Then we can do a transform dot translate movement space dot self. Perfect. Now you may have noticed, I believe it was this one. Where is it? I think it was this one. Either way, this is very similar to some code we've actually already written. This one here. I'll try and find it and show you guys later. But essentially what we're doing here is we're defining a new vector 3. We're calling it movement. And then we're saying move it at the speed that we've set over the course of time. Now, here's where we actually translate it literally. So now we take the transform, we translate the movement inside of its own space. That's basically all we need to do to spawn it and get it moving. So let me just check my notes, make sure I'm not missing anything. But it looks like we're good to run a test on this now. So let's grab our prefab, grab our powerful soul, go to our scripts, got our power soul spawner. No, we don't need the spawner. Where is it? Move up. There. This is the one we want. So we'll set the minimum speed to 1 and the maximum speed of 100. That should work. This one, we had a minus 200, I believe, for the X, and a positive 300. And then this was both 250. While I'm here, I'm just going to double check, make sure that I marked these already as not raycast targets. Yep. This one is a raycast target. Perfect. Okay, next, on our game manager, I believe this is where we'll put our spawner. We'll call this 1 second. Yes, let's find out where our limitations are for this. I believe it'll be the same. In fact, for now, we can even put 250, 300 actually. Minus 200. Minus 200. Wait, oh, okay. Huh. Minus 250. 250. 300. Yep, okay. Let's see if it worked. Waiting for the spawn. How long did I get this thing to spawn again? Well, I didn't even assign it. Okay. Alright, let's remove it. Let's put this actually on our canvas here, just so it, or maybe even on our button. Yeah, on our button. Perfect. Okay. Take our powerful soul, put it there. Call this minimum position on the X would be minus 200, on the Y would be minus 250. Positive would be 300 and positive 250. Min spawn 1, max spawn 10. Just for, you know, testing sake. Oh, there's one. And you can see, so it randomly chose a rotation and spawned. And there's another one. You can see it's moving faster. And you can see, yeah, perfect. All right, now we're going to need to capture these souls because it would be a waste to, you know, just grab them from their original dimensions and then do nothing with them. That would be a waste, an absolute travesty. So, first things first, let's grab our move up. And do we have, let's see, our timer here. So let's create another float timer. We've already done this several times already, so we won't need to worry about doing it again. We'll just grab one of the ones that already exists. I know we've made many of them. Okay. That's literally... Okay. So yeah, timer plus equals time dot dot time. That's all we need to add in our update. Perfect. Now, what we will say is if timer is ever greater than or equal to 5, destroy game object. What do you mean identifier expected? That's a lambda expression. Okay, well, whatever, I guess. What? There. Guess it didn't like the lambda. Not sure why. So now it should destroy itself after 5 seconds. That way we don't have a ton of them just flying around off screen. Okay. So now that we have it spawning and working and hopefully dying. Actually, let's test dying. Okay. Wait for one to spawn and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay, yeah, so it kills itself if we don't click it within 5 seconds. That's good. Now, we're going to have it do stuff when we click it. So, we're going to duplicate our soul clicker script. In a sense. So, we can do this. So, let's take our scripts, soul clicker, and we'll duplicate it. But we're going to rename it, and, oh, no. We're going to rename it, and we're going to call this, power clicker. Where did my power clicker go? Okay, wait a minute. Where is my power clicker scripts? Wait a minute. So he now? Okay, there we go. Whew. Alright, now we can call this soul clicker, and now we can rename this to power. Oh my god. To power clicker. Let's get rid of most of this. In fact, let me double check. Yeah, we're only going to need a couple of things. We're going to need the min and max position. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. In fact, that is what we need. Perfect. Okay. So, in our game manager script, we need to add to the add souls method. We need to pass it a boolean, is strong. So, in our game, we need to go here. We need to pass it is boolean is strong. So this one here, this is the power, so we're going to say yes, true. And then in our soul clicker, we're going to say false. Perfect. Now, in our game manager, we're going to say if is strong. Basically, I think we can copy this as well. And then we can change this to is strong. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what I did. Okay, so what we've done here is we're saying if it is strong, then we're going to give souls per click times 100. But if it's not, if it's just a crit, then it's 10. If it's neither, it's just souls per click. Okay. Now, in order to call the game manager from a prefab, we actually need to create it as a static instance. We do this by saying public static game manager instance in game manager. So up here at the top, we're going to say public static game manager instance. Then at the very bottom, if we have a void away, this will work. Instance equals this. I believe that is it. Perfect. Perfect. Yep, instance is equal to this. Okay, cool. Now we can say game manager. Public integer add souls, yeah. Games manager, yep. All right, so we're gonna say okay, I'm just checking over everything because I'm not sure why this is popping off an error. Because this is a public. Okay. Oh, I see what it is. Okay. Dot instance. Yep, and then down here, it'll be soul clicker. There we go. That fixes that error. Ha, perfect. Now, what is your issue? Oh. There you go. Perfect. Okay, now let's see if it works. What's this? Oh, right. On P, soul reaped. There we go. Okay, so we need to take our soul clicker here. I was trying to see. Okay, cool. That worked. Is it going to spawn? Okay. Okay, I think I know what I did. 1 minute. Okay. Prefabs. Powerful soul. Ah, I never made it into a button. All right. Put this right at the bottom. We'll say minus 50, 50, minus 50, 50. We'll give it a prefab of the soul text. Then we'll also make it a power clicker on power soul checked. Perfect. Save that. Go back. Let's try it again. There we go. Come on. Wait for one to spawn. Okay. Oh, okay. So I can just keep clicking it forever. It works though, on the very least. So, to fix that, we'll just do actually, wait, how did I fix that? Okay, no, I did just do destroy. Okay. Okay, let's try again. And you can see that the save and load is still working as well. Yep, perfect, it disappeared. So I'll make sure it's going up by the right amount. Yep, okay, perfect. Okay, that worked. Okay. Now we have a spawned powerful soul. Perfect. Click it. Perfect. All right, so that is it for that. Let's move on to the next piece. So the next thing that we're gonna want to set up is we're gonna have power-ups or upgrades that can be purchased. So I'm going to create 2 upgrade nodes with price, icon, and a title, and how many have been purchased. Most importantly, of course, a button, mostly transparent, and I'll also be creating an upgrade button script. So let's start off with the script. We're going to call it upgrade button. We'll open that up just like normal. We'll head back to Unity and let's make some stuff real quick. So we're going to create empty upgrade node 1. All right, inside upgrade node 1, I'm going to have a UI button. Okay, get rid of that. We're gonna need to make this button a bit bigger. Probably something around that size. Perfect. Let's change our normal coloring. And we want to make it mostly transparent. Okay, next we're going to add an image. So UI image. This image is going to be of our minion. Actually, this one will be a ghost. Or a soul, I should have said. My apologies. Perfect. Next, we will create some text. How do you spell efficiency? Hold on. It is not how you spell efficiency. Perfect. Okay, let's duplicate this dude. Make him small. And put him down here. Then we're going to swap out the image to our soul. Perfect. We can duplicate you, put you beside, make you smaller, drop the size right down. Okay. Whoops. Move it down a little bit. There. Okay, next, one more. Okay, there we go. So, that is our first little upgrade node complete. Perfect. So, with that little dude complete, we'll name everything. So this will be our icon. This is our title. This is our currency, which will be our souls, of course. This right here is our price, and this is total, I guess. Yeah. Cool. Duplicate it. And then move everything down. Yeah, right around there. Perfect. So let's change out the icon. We'll change out the title. We'll call this hire minion. The currency will be the same, price will be the same, total will be the same. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're going to need all of this. Wait, actually, we're going to need icon is not a raycast target. Title is not a raycast target. Currency is not a raycast target. Price is not a raycast target. And our total is not a raycast target. We'll do the same with node 1. Total, not raycast target. Price is not a raycast target. Currency, also not raycast. Title, not raycast. Our icon is not a raycast. And our button in its entirety, well, yeah, that's a raycast target. But it helps a little bit, so that's what we can hope for. And we'll rename this to Node 2. Now, these nodes are not limited, by the way. You can have as many or as little of them as you would like. Also, I'm going to try and speed up a little bit because it's almost 11 p.m. Eastern Standard. We've been live for almost 3 hours. We are pretty close to finishing up, but still going to speed up a little bit. Okay, so let's go to our script. So, in the script, we're going to be using TM Pro as we would be modifying the text. Perfect. Next, we will be modifying TM objects. We will need 2. So let's do serialized field, and we're going to have TMP text And we'll have a level text. This will be the level that our upgrade is. And our cost text. We'll also have a private integer of level as well. We also need to get an equation for the upgrading cost of the upgrade. And we can do so in a method. So, just like we did before with the get and set, we're going to do another one of those properties. We're going to say private integer current cost. And we're going to say get, and we're going to return an equation. So we can return, I don't know, 5 plus level times 12. Okay? So when you ask it what the cost is, it's going to say, okay, well, it's 5 plus whatever level it currently is. So right now they would be level 0. So it'd be 5 times 12. So pretty expensive. But there you go. So that's what we're looking for right now in that regard. All right, then we can make a method on upgrade clicked, and we're going to make it public with a debug.log. So we're going to say public void on upgrade clicked. And inside here, we're going to say debug.log clicked upgrade. We're also going to do a couple more things inside here as well. We're going to say level plus plus. So if it's clicked, then it should have worked, right? We're going to say level.text is equal to $, of course, level. And there we go. Wait, I forgot level text. There we go. So level text.text is equal to level, and then cost text.text is equal to $, current cost. There. Okay, next we're going to need to make a new method of where we set text as well. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm just going through. Okay, so we're going to need a start method. So we're going to say start, and we're going to need set text. Obviously, we don't have it. We will generate the method. Don't throw. Okay. In our game manager script. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. That was weird. Okay, I guess that's working. So in our game manager script, we're going to need to make a public bool, try purchase upgrade, and then feed it an integer. So let's go to our game manager script. And like I said, we're going to need to make a new public boolean. Unless I didn't. Game manager, yep. Oh, I see, okay. We'll do this down above the update. I'm gonna say a new public boolean try purchase upgrade. And like I said before, we're going to need to pass it an integer. We're gonna need to feed it the integer current cost. Perfect. Okay. Inside, we'll write if the total souls greater than or equal to the current cost. Oh wait, sorry, current souls. Yeah. Then we can say total souls minus equals current cost. Return true. Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay, next, if it's not, then we will just return false. Okay, there we go. Now, inside the on upgrade clicked. Yep, down here. Perfect. We are going to add something. We can say if game manager dot instance dot try purchase upgrade current cost then we will do we will copy this, move it down into here, and we will grab our level plus plus and our debug.log and place them there. In our set text, we will cut this out and place it here. Perfect. So now, every time we click it, it's going to ask, hey, can we afford it? If yes, it'll return true. If not, well, no. If it says yes, then we'll say, okay, cool, level plus plus, add 1, and then set text. Then here, we set the text. Perfect. And we're also going to deduct the cost over here as well. So on the our next course of action should be using these upgrades. First, we should set up an event listener to our game manager script. So to do that, we'll go straight to the top, and we're going to do public event action. Wait, is it public? Sorry. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, so public event action on total souls. For example, why isn't the action working? One moment. Oh, wait a minute. Using system. That's what it was. Okay. So we just needed to import that extra library of using system. Next, let's see. Alright, we should set up the event listener, just like we did. So this will be on total souls changed. Perfect. Now, we need to subscribe to these events. Now, because basically what you're doing here is, instead of saying, I don't know, what's a good, oh, actually, wait, one moment. Why are we getting an error? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, at the top, we're gonna say random is equal to Unity engine dot random. I believe that's it. Dot random. Okay, there we go. I forgot using. Okay, using random equals Unity engine not random. So because system and Unity engine both have the random in it, I mentioned this earlier, we need to specify which one we're using. To do that, we say at the top here, using random equals Unity engine dot random. And this will actually specify to use the Unity engine, Unity engine's random generator rather than system, because otherwise it gets confused. It's like, well, which one do you want us to use, you know? Okay, now we can head on over to our header UI. So, like I said before, we're going to need to subscribe and unsubscribe. Instead of doing a whole bunch of stuff, and let's say I have a function here. I don't know, it's on destroy? Yeah, sure. Let's say on destroy, I need to set text on upgrade collect, like I need to call all of the functions, right? It would be exhausting to have to write this out every single time. So instead, I can subscribe to an event, and that event will trigger everything that is subscribed to it. That way we only need to subscribe to it at the beginning of our game. So we're going to need two new methods in our header. We're going to need an awake and on destroy. So we'll say awake on destroy. So what we're going to say is game manager dot instance dot on total souls changed plus equals instance, wait, what? Instance underscore on total souls changed. Just use perfect. Perfect. And we'll use this and generate a new method. We actually don't need this. Okay. That was strange. In any case, I actually realized something. We don't need this awake function. We can cut this out and remove this because we already have a start and they only run just shortly after each other. So realistically, there's no big advantage. Perfect. Okay, so that got rid of our errors. Next, on our destroy, we're going to copy this. And down here, we're going to say on destroy minus equals. And this will unsubscribe it from the same event. So here we're plus equaling, so we're subscribing this function to the event. Down here on destroy, we are unsubscribing to the event. That's basically what we just programmed. Events can be confusing, so if you don't understand those yet, don't worry, because I don't fully either, to be perfectly honest. I just know how to use them for this purpose. Okay, next we can change the color of the price text on whether it's affordable or not. We'll subscribe to the listener in the start method, and we can go from there. So in here, we'll grab our start method. There we go. Actually, I just realized I'd never finished this. My bad. So this needs to go here. We can get rid of this. Okay. Just 1 second, sorry. Okay. Okay, so over here in our upgrade button, I also need to subscribe to the same listener. So in our start, we can actually copy this. We don't need to wait on it again. Once again, we'll generate the method. On our destroy, we're also going to need to do that. We can use a lambda method for that though. So if we, oh crap, there we go. So if we grab this, okay, well, that was just horrible. There. So now we can use the lambda method for that. I'm not sure why lambda methods weren't working earlier, but whatever. Okay, so like I said, we're going to see if we can even afford it. So to do that, we only need to add 2 lines of code. So here on our instance of on total souls changed, we're going to say Boolean can afford will be equal to game manager dot instance dot total souls. Is that larger or equal to current cost? And then we can do this. Cost text dot color will be equal to can afford question mark. So is it true or false? Assuming it's true, we will do color dot green. But if it's not true, we will do color dot red. Perfect. All right. Now, in our upgrade button, we're going to add a level. So we currently have a cost. We're going to add the level. So let's do that. At the very top, I'll put it beneath the current cost. We're gonna do a new public integer called, again, capital because this is going to be a property. So public integer level. I'm gonna say get level, but we're gonna say set will have a few lines of code. First off, the level will become value, I believe. Yeah, so we're gonna set level to value. Then we're going to say level text dot text is gonna be equal to $, level. All right, and then following this, we also need to change one other thing. From level plus plus, we're gonna now do level plus plus with a capital L, so it affects our property. Because our property will change our private integer. So we want to rely on it as much as possible. Okay? Okay, now we're gonna have to start giving our power-ups their modifiers. So in the start method of our upgrade button script, we're gonna do level is equal to 0. This is because the price changes on startup, so we needed to modify it. Especially since we're going to set text anyway, it's not that big of a deal. Okay. Now, let's make a new timer in our game manager script. So to do that, we will create a new float timer. We've done this enough times, we know what to do. Timer plus equals time dot delta time. So this timer, we're actually going to need to change its name. I didn't, yeah. So this timer is actually going to be a souls per second timer. Oh, we're also going to need another private integer. So this will be a private integer, and it will be souls per second. Now, in our update method, we're going to say souls per second timer plus equals time dot delta time. And then we will create an if statement. So, if. And this if statement is going to say souls per second timer. So what we're saying is every time 1 second is reached, this will happen. So we will say souls per second timer is now going to be minus minus. This will be -1. We're going to say total souls plus equals souls per second. And actually that should be it. Alright, next, in order to handle the upgrade, let's create a new script, and we're going to call it upgrade type. So let's go back to Unity for a second. Also, we'll make sure we don't have any errors while we're here. It will be. Sorry, I was reading that message. Okay. So this new script, yeah, sorry, it's called upgrade type. Perfect. And here we are going to erase everything. Perfect. Probably the first time you've seen me do that, but this is going to be an enumerator. And all this is going to be used for is to hold information. So we're going to do public enum upgrade type. Perfect. So in here we are going to say efficiency. Oops. Okay, well that was a huge mistake. Perfect. So we're going to say efficiency and minion. That is it for this script. That is all we had to do. So what we just did, this enum is basically going to be like another container that holds our upgrade types. What it's going to do is we can now take upgrade type, efficiency, and minion, and we can check and see which one our upgrade button clicked based on this method. And we can kind of just like go from there and do different code depending on which one got clicked. So an enum is an enumerator. It's kind of like an array without the value. So it's only an index. So an array has 0 data, 1 data, 2 data, 3 data, you know? So it's like 1 data, 2 data, 3 data, that kind of thing. It's like you always have data that coincides with your index. And enum, it does not have that data. It is only the index. Here, we can simply add more onto this for each upgrade we ever want to add. So theoretically, with this version that we made, we only need to add 2 things once we're done here in order to add extra upgrades in the future, which makes it super expandable later on. I'm also going to add one more thing that a lot of people might not know about. I am going to do space, colon, space, byte. What does that do? Well, byte, this limits the enumerator it creates, and it can only be 1 byte. While this does a great job, it helps reduce memory usage and helps performance better because this basically limits what it can save and what these are considered to byte size values. Because of that, it's super small, super efficient. The only problem with bytes is now you are limited. You can only ever have, so like if I copy this, I can make as many as I want. Okay. Sure. Except with byte, I can only ever have 256 of them. Not that that is a small number, mind you, but because a byte is made of 256 characters, or not characters, but they're made up of 256, you can never exceed that. Now, we can move on. So up in the upgrade, we are going to create a new serialized field. And in this serialized field, we are going to say private upgrade type This has a capital. Why is it? What? Hold on. Oh, I see. Okay, there we go. Okay, we can ignore that. I accidentally missed the capital. Make sure we'll use the serials to make serialized field to make sure that this shows off in the inspector. In our upgrade script, we're also going to need to pass the upgrade type to the try purchase upgrade. So in Game Manager, we can get it by saying upgrade type, and then create two if statements. So let's do that. Down here, we are going to say try purchasing and then upgrade type. In our Game Manager, we need to find try purchasing and we need to pass it two values. Upgrade type, upgrade. Perfect. So now we're passing it the upgrade type that we are. So what we'll do is we're going to get started by creating two if statements, one for efficiency and one for minion. Or at least I would do that, and I would create two if statements. However, there's actually a more efficient way to do it, and that's pretty much how I want to do it. But I'll show you how to do this just in case you were interested in the future. So we'll say if upgrade is equal to upgrade type dot efficiency, and now we can do things specific to the efficiency upgrade. So that's how, that's one way you can go about it using if statements, and there's nothing wrong with using if statements. It is my personal opinion that you can develop an entire AAA title using only if statements and data values. It's possible. It'll run like absolute dog shit. It's horrible. I don't recommend you do it. But it's possible. Okay, if statements are actually pretty powerful. Anyway, enough about that. Let's get back to this. So, there we go. Now, like I said, there is a better way to handle this. We'll delete the two if statements if you have them, but to switch, perfect. So we're in here. Perfect. So let's do the try purchase upgrade. Yep. If you can. Minus equals current cost. Oh, I forgot to do level plus plus. Or maybe I didn't? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a switch. A switch is going to be used as upgrade. And you can see it automatically filled in everything we needed. So we have case, upgrade type dot efficiency, case, upgrade type dot minion, and default. We don't need the default. We can delete that. So this is basically a very simplistic if statement, but the switch case thing, you can set up code a lot more efficiently. So for here, we can do crazy math if someone really wanted to for some reason. but we're not going to for this video or slash stream slash game make. We're only gonna keep it pretty basic. Perfect. Perfect. Choose upgrade type. Okay. So here is what I came up with previously. So for efficiency, we are going to say souls per click will be equal to 1 plus level. Oh, I forgot to hand off the level. Okay. There we go. Now plus level. So basically all I did is I passed over to the game manager our upgrade button's current level. That way we can use it. Pretty handy. So now that we have the level, we can say plus level times 2. Now, down here in the minion type is going to be a bit different. We're going to say souls per second will be equal to level times 2. Perfect. And now, whenever we want to add an additional upgrade in the future, it can be done easily by adding its upgrade type, and then in our try purchase upgrade, we can easily eat it here as well. Or add it here as well. Okay. Now we're going to need to save everything we've done for our power-ups. So first, we want to remove the souls per click from getting saved, as we no longer want that to be saved. So down here, I'm going to do this. Okay. So for our save data, we no longer want the souls per click saved. We can get rid of all of this, I believe. I think it was just that one. Oh, 2. We can just get rid of those 2 now. We can just delete them. Now, the reason we did that is because souls per click is now going to be handled by our upgrade level of our power-up. So, we can actually test some of this stuff now, make sure everything is on track. Okay, so nothing's happening when I click it. Right, I don't think I ever set it up to happen when you click it, did I? No, I did not. I didn't even apply the scripts. There we go. Okay, so for this one, we need the level text. So we'll grab total and cost. Perfect. Now in this one, we're going to grab total and price again. Also, you can see here has your upgrade type. You can select either efficiency or minion. So for the first one, it's efficiency, and the second one will need to be minion. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, we need to turn down that hover real fast. Let's try that. Okay. That's much more reasonable. Perfect. Now, why isn't anything happening when we click them? Right, because we never assigned it to happen when we click them. Upgrade button. On upgrade clicked. Okay. Now on upgrade clicked. Perfect. And now it's working. So that's efficiency. Now when I click it, cool, 9. I click it again, 11. Click it again, 13. Now minion. Alright, so I bought it, but I haven't implemented the minion yet. So nothing actually happens when I buy it. Now if I restart, you can see that nothing happens to these. So that's what we're fixing now. Okay, this is a longer stream, honestly, than I anticipated, but we're almost done, so I want to get it finished. But we can see that it's working, and we're almost done to being done. We're almost there, so we're going to power through it. Okay. So we're going to create a new private struct. So on our game manager, we already have one struct called save data. We're going to create another one. This one is going to be called savable upgrades. All right. And in here, we're going to have two things. We're going to have a public integer upgrade type. Maybe not. Oh, wait, it's not an integer. What am I doing? Public up. There we go. My bad. This one is the integer. Public integer level. My bad. Okay. So, we're going to, in our save data, we'll make a new list. Okay. So we're going to say public list. And this would be a list of our savable power-ups. Or upgrades in this case. And upgrade type. No, wait a minute. Yeah, upgrade types. Perfect. So that creates a new list. We'll also need to populate the data for the list. To do that, let's go over to our save method and say some more stuff. So this is our load. Save is way up here for some reason. Don't worry about this. We'll fix it later. So up here, we're going to serialize. Okay, so all this stuff's at the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna say upgrade button buttons will be equal to find objects of type. That's a plural, and then upgrade button. So what exactly are we doing here? First things first, I would recommend never using find objects of type. What this does is it goes into Unity, it checks its hierarchy, and it's going to go through every single thing in our scene, and it's going to look for the objects of type. Especially at runtime, this is not a good idea. I'll be honest. Oh, hey, Kyle. How's it going? I do, yes sir. I finally got my VTuber model all got and going. I'm so excited. Things are going all right. We're 3.5 hours in, almost 4 now. And honestly, it's a longer stream than I expected, but we're vibing out. We're enjoying it. Okay, so. Soul clicker, say that. Yes. Next. Now, as I was saying, I do not recommend using find objects of type, especially at runtime, since it uses so much resources. When calling it for a save and load, which already use almost no resources, it should be okay, especially for a game of this size. Therefore, I'm still going to use it, but just be careful when you guys do, because this can severely hurt your game. Okay, now I'm going to create a for each. So for each, and this will be upgrade button in buttons. Sorry, button, then buttons. There we go. Alright, we're going to say savable upgrades. Upgrade. Now we're going to say upgrade dot level is going to be equal to button dot level. Now we're going to say upgrade dot upgrade type equals button dot upgrade type. Why can this not be used? Sorry. Just going through my scripts here. I want to make sure, yeah, savable upgrades dot upgrade type, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Upgrade dot upgrade. There we go. It's because I didn't call it upgrade type. Okay, we're good. So upgrade dot upgrade is equal to button dot upgrade. Wait. So this would just be dot upgrade, right? Okay. So we'll check that in a second. Next, we're going to say save data Dot upgrade types. Dot add upgrade. It's strange that it's giving this issue. Oh, I see. I forgot to initialize the list. That might be what's causing my issues. So we're gonna say save data dot upgrades upgrade types. Sorry. Will be equal to new list called savable upgrades. What? For each upgrade button in buttons. Sorry, everyone. Just give me another second here. Okay. Oh, man. This is confusing. Unless, did I not? Oh, I made this private? Could that be it? Yep, that was it. Okay, so that's supposed to be public, and I made it private. I'm like a fool. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. It's fixed. Man, this is a project and a half. Alright, so this will now save our save data. However, we have not initialized the list, which is why we kind of got those errors, which was easy to fix. So, next we can say... Oh, sorry, no, we already did that. Perfect. There we go. Now we're going to need to load the data. So, actually, you know what? Let me add something real quick. Let me add up in here, up into our constructor, which is what these parentheses are called. We are going to put buttons.length. So, let me explain why we're doing this. The extra buttons.length in the constructor basically means that the list does not need to resize in the save data. Because each time we resize it, and again, this is a list, right? So we can add or remove at any time. So each time we add and each time we remove, we're resizing the list, and each time we resize it, it impacts performance kind of massively, especially if we're doing this at runtime, which especially for this game we never would, but it can happen. Now, it's good practice to keep stuff like that on hand. So let's load our data. We want to copy and paste our upgrade script to the end of the for each method. I'm not sure what I mean by that. So what we're gonna do is, this is our upgrade button, right? No, sorry, upgrade buttons. Here, this is what we're looking for. We're going to, at the end of our for each, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So we want to copy and paste our this here to the end of the for each method. The bottom of the load. Okay. So we're going to copy this. We're going to go down to our load function. And over here at the bottom, I believe is what I'm saying. Yeah. Perfect. So now that we got that, now we need to apply these upgrades. Perfect. So we are going to do that, let's take the switch where we apply our upgrade. We'll right click it and extract into a method, and we'll call it apply upgrade. So you know the switch that we created earlier? We're going to extract it. So we're going to right click, extract method, and we're going to call this apply upgrade. Now you can see it also fixed try purchase upgrade as well for us, which is honestly very handy. Okay, there we go. Now what we're gonna do down here in our load is we have our for each button, for each upgrade button in buttons. We're going to make another for each. So in this for each, we are going to say savable upgrades upgrade in deserialized data dot upgrades upgrade types, sorry. Oh, the name object cannot be returned as Soka's name. Okay, fair enough. In that case, we will... Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I will put that in here. But we're actually going to need to do something else. So, if button dot upgrade type is equal to upgrade dot upgrade we will actually cut this and paste it into here. And so savable upgrade we can get rid of. We need upgrade.level equal, wait, no, other way around. Sorry. We need button.level will be equal to upgrade.level. On our next line here, we need to yeah, we just need to apply. So we need to go apply upgrade. Button dot level and button dot upgrade type and break. Okay. Looks like that is the save. So let's test it. Hey Malorex, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see ya. We're just testing things out. Sorry, I wanna. Okay, save, restart, load. Ah. Now what caused that? It's been a while since I've looked at C#. Why does it look like TypeScript? That might... Honestly, I don't know TypeScript, so I couldn't tell you. But not much is up. We're making Cookie Clicker. We're using some serialized and deserialized data using JSON utility for Unity. And we're just working on saving right now. So welcome. JavaScript with data types. Well, that's not incorrect. Okay, restart. I just need 7. Okay. What do you mean? What is null? There's nothing null. All right, let's go through this one by one here. So let's find our load. Okay. If it has the key name, yeah. What are we doing wrong? Okay, so we're saying, yeah. String. I just realized we haven't set this yet. Total souls, yeah, is going to be equal to D0. This isn't the problem we're currently facing, by the way. This is just something else that I've noticed. There. Deserialized data dot total souls. Yeah, not the null pointer. Yeah, exactly. See, programmers have a hatred for that, as I'm sure you're well aware. Okay, what? Line 156. What is at line 156? For each savable upgrade and deserialized.upgrade types. Yeah. For each savable upgrade, yeah. Oh, it really wants to be difficult today. You never used much C#. Used a bit of Java. Go. Okay. Okay, so C# is my main language. I know some Java from back in the day when I was working with HTML5. But this probably would have been like high school. The last time I worked with Java. I think I still have... Yeah, I remember using NetBeans, the IDE. And I would make like clocks and like entertainment studios, stuff like that, just for fun. So I had my fun with Java. I don't miss it, I'll be honest. C#, Python, C++, what have you. First year of college, yeah. Yeah, for me it was high school. I remember very well. Well, those days are behind. Let's see. All right, back. Okay, yeah, 156. Okay, so we got savable upgrade, savable upgrades, upgrade. That works. In deserialized data dot upgrade type. All right, I'm gonna have to fall back to my notes again, find out what I'm doing wrong. Oh, I forgot the system. Serializable. I don't think this would make a huge difference though. But I did mean to do that. Yep, save data dot upgrade types. This should be working. This should definitely be working. Okay. What? What? Well, I want to make sure I'm not missing something here. Every one of my things is plugged in and noted. Yup. Okay. Okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. I did set this. Okay, header UI. On start. Oh. Okay, that's fair. That is empty. But that doesn't... Huh? Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, I have a strategy I'm gonna try. Okay. Okay. Does that get rid of all of my scripting errors? Yes? Alright. Now back to the issue at hand. Okay. Now a relaunch. Oh, it's working. I fixed it. somehow. I'm not questioning it. So anyway, that is how you save using JSON files. I hope you understood. I'll go through it though. So I'll show you how this should have worked. I'm not sure how it now is. Anyway, basically we're doing the exact opposite of how we saved it. So we're getting the same, this is all the same, except here we're setting total souls will be equal to deserialize, not total souls. Anyway, now we have two embedded for loops. Sorry, an embedded and an if statement for loop. So first we're doing the same button and buttons. Now for each savable upgrade in that safe JSON file, we're now grabbing each one. We're going to do this for each one of them. If the button.upgrade type matches the upgrade in the upgrade file, it will then replace the upgrade level and then apply the upgrade. Because once we apply the upgrade, we don't need to actually do anything else with it. That's all that needs to happen. So then we just break. And this will break out of the for loop. That way we don't have, because they're only going to have one upgrade of each type, right? So you don't need too many. Sorry, you don't need to continue searching after you found your upgrade type. Sorry, I've been streaming for over 4 hours now. I am tired. So I'm tongue slipping quite a bit. Either way, it's working now. Let's move on to the next step. There's only 2 more main steps that I have pre-prepared, and they're both rather small. We're pretty close to being done. Now, we want to show how many souls per second our minion is getting. So let's head over to our header UI. Whew, perfect. Okay, let's yeah, let's actually do this now. So we're gonna set the text here. We're gonna say integer total souls will be equal to game manager dot instance dot total souls, and we'll feed it nothing. This one doesn't get fed anything. We get rid of the U now completely. Perfect. Now, what we're doing here is we're going to need to add a few things. So first off, let's add another serialized field. And we're going to say TMP text will be souls per second text. Now, on our start, we're going to do an update souls per second. Kind of similar to this. Update souls per second and feed it 0. Now, let's extract this as a method, just like we did before. Now, we're going to say souls per second text dot text is going to be equal to, don't forget your $signs, souls per second, and end it. Now here we're going to say integer souls per second. Perfect. Now, we're going to need to set up another event, I believe. So we're gonna need to create a new method, a new event. Yep, create a new event. Perfect. So here's what we'll do. We'll take this event, let's duplicate it, and we're gonna add something onto this one. Perfect. So this we are going to do integer. Here it is. Okay, so this is our minion. This is where we set it, right? So here we're going to now call it just before the break. We're gonna say on actually wait. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. On souls per second changed. There we go. Man. It is past midnight, over 4 hours of streaming. Okay. On souls per second changed, question mark, invoke. Or sorry, question mark dot invoke. Just like we've done before, this enables our event. Now we're gonna need to... Okay, I need to apply the upgrade, and then we can hand it off souls per second. Oops. Perfect. Now back in our header UI, dot on there. Minus equals. Okay, back to our game manager. Oh yes, our update UI. So down here, what we're gonna say is on total souls changed dot invoke, just like that. There we go. Okay, now in our header UI, yep, souls per second. Okay, let's test that real quick. Okay, so now you can see we're passively making 8 souls a second. Okay. We're gonna need to reset that one. Okay. So you can see when we click it, it only gave us one. Sorry, it only gave us souls per second on the second click. This means we need to fix it real quick. So let's go to our upgrade button. We'll say can't afford. This would be actually happening in our game manager, my bad. Apply upgrade. So we'll say 1 plus. That will fix that. So if we go back here, go in. And now we got 1, do it again, 3, 5, and it'll just keep going up. Perfect. Okay. Now, the next thing we need to do is... yes, I want to reset everything. This is actually going to be pretty easy. Our earlier method that we created to reset the game just needs to be topped up now because we've added a lot of stuff since then. So let's go over to our reset. So we have total souls 0, souls per click will be 1. Okay. Okay, looks like we're going to need some of the code from our save method. So let me grab some of that. Okay. Actually, it'd be better to get from our, sorry, yes, we need it from here. Okay, let's go back over to reset. We'll do that. Now, we don't need these two things. Button dot level will be 0. And then we can do 0 and button dot upgrade type. We no longer need to break. Oh. Okay, let's test that. Okay, so you can see that it worked, but it gave them 1 soul per second to start. I don't mind that idea. However, it's not what I exactly wanted, so let's do this. If Um, level is equal to 0. Right. So if level is not equal to 0, else, actually that's not even necessary. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. What? Okay. All right. Okay, we're just gonna keep this and get rid of everything else. There. I'd rather not make this overly complicated if I can help it. Okay, perfect. So all of that worked. The only thing that it's not doing is it's not resetting the text, the price. So let's do that real quick. All right. How to go about this? Okay, so on our upgrade button, we cost. Where do we do cost? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I got it. So here's what I think I'm gonna do. I think we need to make this public. Okay, wait. Cost. Okay. Okay, so let's make this a public. And then... here's what we'll do. We'll say, set we'll say current cost is equal to value. And then here on the red, or on the R, sorry, we can say souls per click. We'll say button dot level equals 0. Current cost. Oh, right. Button dot current cost is equal to... how do we set its initial value? It's by its level. Okay, why don't we just do this? Dot set public void button dot set text, right? And then I can actually just get rid of all this. Yep, that was the wrong one. Okay, let's try that. If this works, that is everything I've prepared for this stream. It worked. Oh, good lordy. Okay. So that is everything that I have prepared for this. The only thing I would like is I'd like for this to not fade away. Nope. Okay. So now I need my game master. Wait, no. Button. Right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's not spinning anymore. Why? Sorry. I'm just, confused. Okay. It's working. I believe it is fixed. No, it still goes away. Okay, we might just have to deal with the fact that it fades out because I can't stop the animation. At least there's no easy way to stop the animation from what I can see, or from what I can see. Yeah, not sure. Okay, well, in any case, the rest of the game still works no problem. So as you can see when you load up, I'll just reset. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can grab that. We can grab this, 100 souls, nice. Hire some minions. Now you can see we're making quite a bit. And there we go. So that is, in effect, our cookie clicker game. Everything else can be handled at a later time. Okay. Well, I can fix that later. The stream's long enough as it is, so I'm gonna actually just end it here. But that has been the game. If you guys are watching this on YouTube after the fact, then you'll be able to download this for yourself in the description below. Otherwise, if you're watching this live on Twitch, thank you for coming out and supporting me. I really appreciate it. You will be able to download this if you follow me on Twitter. I will be posting the download files there. Otherwise, that is Cookie Clicker. I'm going to be hopefully doing a update to this game in a little bit. So if you're interested in that, consider following. But that's about it. So yeah, thank everyone for coming out. No, thank you everyone for coming out. And I'll see you all next stream. Oh, and yeah, one more look here. Oh, is it not working? What? Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. So yeah, again, this is my VTuber. You can just call him Skull Slayer. He doesn't need any official name. He's got some cool horns that are actually smoke. Fun fact. We got my cool little skull and crossbones earring there. I got a cool tie and necklace. And of course I got a skull and crossbones down on my belt buckle. But yeah. So this is me. Get excited to see VTuber streams going forward, I suppose. Yeah, so again, thank you all for coming out and checking out this game. I've made 2 others. I've made a game called Flappy Demon, which is a Flappy Bird remake. I've also made a game called what did I call it? Oh, I can't remember. No, whatever, it is what it is. It's basically a snake game where you go around collecting a bunch of souls. Actually, I bet I have it here. Hold on. Soul Reaper. Okay, so it was called Soul Reaper. So if you're interested in that, check out my YouTube channel. I have the video upload of how I made the game, as well as the download link in the description. Flappy Bird is available on computer and Android, but it is a direct download link, not a Play Store download link. So check those out, and this game will be available for computer download, not for phone download at this time. If you guys are interested in seeing me, change that over, something like that, let me know in the comments below, and I'll be happy to do so. Other than that, that's pretty much it. 4 hour and 41 minutes later. Thank you all for coming out. Have a fantastic day.